All right, let's tell Discord we are live. Let's go let Facebook know we up. Ba-do-boom. All right, we good. We living. And then we'll get the stream up over here. Bring the mic a little closer. Yeah, that's better. Still in the... I can get it to stay up here. I'm going to have to tighten up the mic arm a little bit. Just gradually dipping back down. Do it this way. Set it up high and then turn it down. Ba-da-ba. Hey Bunny, what's up? How are you? These Twitch notifications. Getting warmed up. So like one of the first ones that a lot of people learn is Red Hot Chili Peppers' cover of Higher Ground, because the left hand pattern is pretty straightforward in that one. Right, so it's not too bad. Big thing with slapping though, we'll talk about this more later. We're gonna go through finger style, pick style, and slap over the course of the first bit of the stream, and then some left hand fingering position kind of stuff too. The big thing with slap though is always to think about it like you're playing the drums, like your thumb is essentially the kick drum, and then your pops are your snare and your other hits. So you can sort of hear the drum do tack do tack do tack do tack do tack. You can gradually sort of incorporate your thumb into more complex things, like triple thumbing like that. Yeah, you'll definitely up your hand strength. I mean, you still don't need to press that much harder if your bass is set up properly, like if your strings are nice and low. You don't need to press a ton harder, but just the extra size of the strings comparatively will start kind of working your finger strength up. Well, so popping, like slapping and popping, is not like a formal technique as much as like the way the like right hand plucking and left hand plucking tend to be. Like there aren't super strict rules. You're going to see, you know, if you look at 10 different people, you're going to see, you know, almost 10 different ways of doing it, or 10 different ways to grab the string. Some people tend to be like perfectly flat and pull out this way. That's relatively inefficient, though. You know, the really fast slappers and poppers tend to keep their fingers pretty close. Hey, Death Priest, what's up? I play drums a little bit. I wouldn't call it an instrument that I'm like super good or comfortable with, though. I would like to have a drum kit, though, someday. Because that definitely helps kind of with your sense of rhythm. Do you use the same catchphrase on every stream you go to? I play a bunch of instruments a little bit, and there's a lot of stringed instruments that I play and that I'm very comfortable with, but I play, you know, a little piano, little drums, a little bit of trumpet, a little bit of this, that, and the other. But, you know, all of those I wouldn't consider instruments that I would be comfortable like teaching or talking about, you know, seriously playing. You truly stream in unique ways. But we'll look at it when we get to the slap section. We'll look at how to, like, different ways you can sort of pop the string, different sort of finger approaches and angles and that kind of stuff. It's also going to take a while. You have to build up a pretty serious callus on these two fingers. You usually just pop with index or middle. Some people incorporate their third finger too. But at first, they're going to just like shred your fingers. You know, you're going to have to get serious calluses before you can get to where you can pop smoothly for the most part. And also, again, it's pretty important that your strings, your action be fairly low. If your action is really high, popping doesn't work anywhere nearly as well, because the sound of the pop, you know, is the string kind of clacking back off the fingerboard. You know, we're yanking it up and then letting it snap off the finger and hit the fret, and that gives us that metallic sound. So if the string is super high, like if you have really high action, it doesn't really make the same contact. Piano, marimba, drums. Oh, dude, you're gonna be really well rounded then. Well, so the drums should be kind of interesting, you know, because marimba you can essentially visualize like a piano, but you're playing it with percussion techniques, obviously, and then so you're moving over to drums and you're moving a little bit away from the harmonic and keyboard ideas into straight rhythmic and percussive stuff. It depends. You know, it's going to depend on the individual bass you have, the string gauge you have, just kind of like what you like. This bass, it is super low. Because like my guitars, I tend to keep my action very low. If you have like a straight edge that goes down to at least 1/16 of an inch, but preferably 32nds of an inch, or if you have like access to dial calipers, any number of things that just let you get very fine measurements. You know, you can look up, like, say, for a given brand, you can look up what their factory action is, how high they want it to be, or they expect it to be when they build it and ship it from the factory. But it can be adjusted pretty easily on most instruments in either direction. And again, you know, you want to make sure your neck is relatively straight, not necessarily perfectly flat, but that it has, you know, that it doesn't have a huge bow in it or a huge hump in it. Because otherwise, in all the action you adjust down here, the saddles won't really make, or will cause problems. Like, You know, if you have a big bow in the neck, even if you adjust your saddles all the way down, you might still have high action kind of in the middle. And if you have a hump in the neck, when you adjust your saddles down, you're going to get buzz in the middle and the notes will choke out really badly. But the lower the action is, the less pressure it requires with your left hand to fret the notes. But you have to have a little more control with your right hand, because as you start to pluck harder, the string is more inclined to hit the fretboard and give you buzzes. Now, for the most part, that's not too much of an issue. You usually won't hear that through the amp, but if you get too low or you're hitting too hard, then you'll start to hear those rattles through the amp, and you don't really want that. Or the buzz will actually start to sort of rob the note, rob sustain from the note, and you'll just get more buzz than note. Yeah, for some people, like, different instruments just sort of fit them better. Certain people take to drums like naturally. To me, the challenge has always been kind of, it's the getting like different things going at once. Especially the feet, getting like the hi-hat and the kick drum incorporated in a smooth way has always been the thing that like throws me off. I can play a pretty steady rhythms and fills and stuff on the actual drums and cymbals, but the minute I start trying to work in anything remotely complex with the feet, then it all starts to fall apart. If you're talking about like a G chord where you have your ring finger and your pinky stacked up on the 3rd fret on both of them, yeah, you just have to really kind of gradually work till you can get your fingers on top of each other, right behind the fret. Because when you first start, it wants to do this, and you just have to loosen up and start moving this finger forward a little bit, and eventually gets to where it can kind of do that on its own. You shouldn't refuse to learn it because it's basic. You should learn everything you can. I don't think we have any bass charts in Discord yet. But, that might be something to do if we start doing a lot more bass specific type lessons and things. Might have to make some charts for them. No, none of that holds up, man. I've played in a number of bands with all kinds of different musicians, and there are some very, very, very dim bulbs out there regardless of the instrument. And conversely, there are some really smart and outstanding musicians on every instrument too. Yep, that's why. Usually has more to do with laziness and or substance abuse, though. Don't worry, Bunny. Everybody's got their filler words. I was just complaining. I was listening to some of the VODs the other night, and I'm like, man, I say too much. But then you make an effort to not say it, and you find yourself saying it even more and getting frustrated every time you say it. But going back to your action question, Bunny, you know, if you find that it's really, really difficult, like the string is traveling significant distance, enough for the string to sort of slip out from under your finger as you attempt to fret it, then your action is definitely too high. An absolute unit. The lad is massive. I've had to switch from like my 7-string bass, which has a gigantic neck, to mandolin in the course of the same gig before. And that is an experience. Your hand just goes like, wait, what? Yeah, as long as you're not find yourself you're not fighting it, then you're probably okay. You know, and as you get more experience, you'll start to determine, like, maybe I want to come up a little bit, maybe I want to come down a little bit. You know, and you also want it to be pretty uniform all the way up and down the neck. You don't want to go from like super low down here to really high up here. That means you have too much relief or too much bow in your neck if it changes really dramatically as you go up the fingerboard. All right, I'm going to keep warming up for a few more minutes, and then we'll get started with some kind of introductory, some basic stuff that you need to work with. Also, let me ask, are you going to be comfortable with me playing on a 5? Because I can change to a 4-string if it's going to be easier for you to follow along. That right hand loosened up. I was able to go up perfectly. Not perfectly, but perfectly. Yeah, so just keep in mind, so if I'm playing on a 5, that my 4-string is now here, not here. It's not the top string. Yeah, there's tons of that stuff. Oh yeah, I need to update. Do I need to update the? Let me check the bass command and make sure it's up to date. Yeah, okay, bass command is up to date. And then the rig command, bass rig command should be the same as the last time we used it. Probably need to update pedals. Edit command, because we're only using a reverb pedal for this. I don't use too many. I don't use a whole lot of effects beyond reverb for just sort of standard bass playing. If I want to actually go out and make my bass crazy sounding, then I'll drag more things out. But as a rule, if you add too many in a regular gig, you'll kind of lose the bass. Or you run the risk of losing the bass. All right. And the bass is actually running. In this case, I'm using the cabs for my personal monitors so I can hear it, but the bass is running direct from the DI out into the interface. So you're hearing the bass basically straight from the amp. What? It's crazy. In the last day or so, I've started getting like retweets and likes on Twitter, which is insane. Somehow people are finding me on Twitter. Never used Twitter before, so it's all new and exciting. Smoke on the water. Both parts at once. Hey, Ride, what's up? Yeah, we're going to take requests once we get done with like the lesson part. So I'm going to go through some basic, right hand and left hand stuff. How to get your left hand working for bass, get a basic right hand technique. Might look at pick style, and we'll look at a little bit of slap style too, just kind of beginner stuff for that to help Bunny out, because Bunny just got his first bass. We're going to help him out, show him some intro stuff, some important stuff to know, and then after that we'll just open it up and jam, do whatever. Can I play an open E? I don't even have to play the open E. I can play the fretted E at the 5th fret on the B string. I can play the open E in 2 different places, one of which is not open. Alright, so it's time to get started. So let's start off with right hand technique, alright? And so this is going to be for standard kind of plucking. This is the most commonly used technique. Right. You get into harder rock and metal, you'll start to see more pick style, and occasionally in other styles of music. Like pick style bass is actually not uncommon in certain country time periods, especially back in like the 50s and 60s, and occasionally in R&B and things like that too. But the bulk of bass you're going to encounter is going to be played finger style. All right, let me turn it in a little bit of an angle here, so you can kind of see what's going on. All right. Now, predominantly, we're going to be alternating between our index and middle fingers. Sometimes you'll see me use my ring finger, and there are other bassists that will use their ring finger and thumb regularly to alternate. But that's more kind of a special circumstance in most cases. You don't use it for typical bass lines. We're usually fine just alternating between these two. 4 knobs? No, actually, 5 knobs. And a switch. When you get into basses that have active electronics, then you'll usually get a lot more knobs. If you're playing just a P bass, you'll have a volume knob and a tone knob, and they're all passive electronics. For a jazz bass, you'll usually have 2 volumes and a tone or something to that effect. But when you get into basses that have active preamps in them, then right now it's in passive mode. So I just have the volume and the blend control, so I can pan between neck pickup, both pickups, and bridge pickup. Right? But when I switch the EQ in, oh, sounds like my battery. Oh no, my switch needs cleaning out. There we go. on switch. There we go. To go spray some contact cleaner in there. Then I have the ability to adjust the bass, mid, and treble on their own. So I can turn the bass way up and turn the treble way down and get these kind of like dub tones. Or I could boost the treble way up, scoop the mids way out, and get this really, really bright, crispy tone. I usually leave it, I'll usually give myself a little bit of treble boost and a little bit of bass boost. Compared to, that's without the EQ at all in. And if your bass does have an active EQ, it'll have a 9-volt battery in it, either in the inside the electronics cavity, or some of them will have a little door on the back that has a little compartment for the battery. If your bass starts to sound really bad all of a sudden, it starts to get quiet or distorted sounding, then that battery needs to be changed. And also, whenever you have an active, whether it be guitar or bass, anything where you have a 9-volt battery in, the switch is pretty much, or the switch to turn the battery on is part of the jack, essentially. So if something is plugged into the jack, it starts engaging the battery and draining the battery. So you never want to leave it plugged in, you know, if you're not playing. Yeah, I think, Bunny, your bass has that boom control, which is like a low, like a bass or low mid control, something like that. So it should be active, right? So that means when you're not playing your bass, make sure you unplug it to not drain the battery. Come on, Switch, quit being a pest. Yeah, that switch gonna need cleaning out really badly, apparently. Alright, so back to finger style like this. So we want our movement to come from around the center knuckle for the most part of the fingers. We have two types of strokes we can make. I'm going to play on the E string here. We have what are called free strokes, and we have what are called rest strokes. Free strokes come from that center knuckle, and we simply place the finger kind of on the bottom edge of the string. We don't want to dip way down underneath it. We don't want our finger going all the way down to the top of the bass or touching the pickup or anything like that. They even make, you can even get things called ramps for your bass that go in between the pickups that prevent you from sticking your fingers too far underneath them. Because the farther your fingers go underneath the string, the slower they're going to be able to sort of release the string. And so the slower you'll be able to move, the more sloppy your play will sound. Right? So I'm placing my fingertip kind of on the underside of the string here, but not dipping way down underneath, just kind of like the bottom half, so to speak. Right? And then I'm just pulling that knuckle up, right? And then doing that middle, index, middle, index, middle, index, middle, index, middle. You set up a simple like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and that's called a free stroke, right? So the finger is coming off the string up into space, so to speak. It's not touching anything else. A rest stroke, on the other hand, uses more of the large knuckle in conjunction, and the rest stroke pulls the finger up all together so that it comes to rest either on the string above it or on the pad of your thumb, depending on where you position your thumb. That's another thing we'll talk about in a moment. So a rest stroke gives us a much heavier and more aggressive sound because we're actually driving the whole finger through the string. So if we want to mark beats really heavily, we'll use rest strokes. You see that finger come to rest on the next string. If we want a lighter, more delicate sound, we'll use free strokes. So free, rest. Here the rest is a lot louder, a lot punchier, but also not as smooth sounding. Rests also become important later on for transitioning between strings with a technique called the roll, where we sort of drag the finger through multiple strings. Now, as far as thumb position goes, there are two ways we can approach the thumb. We can approach it with what's called a fixed thumb. Yeah, the rest it translates to more power. It's not necessarily using more force. Like, I'm not applying more force or pressure with my hand, but because I'm pulling more from the upper knuckle, from up here, and pulling the whole finger through the string, as opposed to just pivoting. This is weird looking. This is going to make a strange clip. But the free stroke is just pivoting the finger from the center knuckles like this. So it's basically just kind of like the bottom half of your finger that's doing the plucking. So it can move a little more freely, a little more nimbly, but there's less mass behind it. So it gives us a softer, lighter sort of sound, while the rest stroke, because we're pulling more from the upper knuckle, we're pulling that whole finger through, we get more impact. So it's going to make the sound louder. It's going to make it sound more powerful. I'm not necessarily using more power in my hand. I'm not like tensing up or trying to actively drive through more aggressively. It's just a subtle change from where you pull, from where you're pulling your finger from. Middle knuckle, free stroke. Upper knuckle, rest stroke. The fingers still have some curvature too with the rest stroke. They're not completely straight. You know, they're not doing this. It's a subtle thing, but you'll eventually kind of learn to do it instinctively. You know, some types of music will sort of demand that you use one or the other. You know, some phrases you can't play with rest strokes because they're too complex, they're too fast. You can only play them with free strokes. And some phrases you'll never get the hit, like the impact that you want. Did the stream freeze? Did the stream freeze up? Yeah, it looks like we're okay now, but I don't have any errors, but it looked like it froze for a second. But as I said, you'll kind of learn to intuit when you want to use a rest stroke and when you want to use a free stroke. And you can kind of hear, if you listen to bass players play, you'll hear like, okay, that's clearly a rest stroke. It's got more kind of impact to it. It's more choppy, more forceful, while the free stroke will be softer. All right, so with the thumb on the right hand, as long as you've got functional fingers. I mean, there are people with no hands who have learned to play guitar with their toes, so. Most people don't have double jointed spider fingers. The guy that I studied under, who was an amazing, absolutely amazing classical guitarist, was very, very short, and his fingers, like compared to mine, were like that long and kind of sausage fingers, like really round too, and he could play incredibly well. I mean, he could play unbelievable stuff. You know, it's all just about determination and practice and developing good technique. You know, and the shorter your fingers, the smaller your fingers are, the more you really do have to focus on that technique too, because you just can't get away, or you can't make up for stuff just with hand size and finger size. But our thumb, we can either play what's called a fixed thumb or anchored thumb, or we can play what's called a floating thumb. A fixed thumb is going to find a point, usually on one of the pickups, like this. You'll see some people play up here on the side of the neck. That's going to give you a really dark tone. Sometimes that's what you want too, but usually either on one of the two pickups. If you play in the middle, you kind of a balanced tone. You play back here in the back pickup, you're going to get a much brighter tone. The string is also going to feel a lot more stiff back here, which some people really like. Like if you're playing super fast phrases, you actually need to do it back here because the stiffness of the string lets it sort of come off your finger really quickly, comparatively. Like we get up here, the string starts to flex more. We get up here, it starts to flex a ton. It becomes really difficult to get that articulation. So you'll see people rest in these different points. I would say to start off with, if you're going to rest on a pickup, just rest on the middle one here, the one in between the neck and the bridge. And that's going to give you kind of a balanced feel all around. If you're 13, you've got plenty of time for your fingers to grow too. Plenty of time. But it's not the be-all, end-all. It's useful, obviously. It's handy to have big hands and long fingers and stuff like that. But there are plenty of people with very small hands who play amazingly well. If you look at Victor Wooten is like the most famous bass player probably out there. And his hands are just like, he's got pure sausage fingers. They're just these big, fat, chubby, round things, and he can just lay waste to the bass. So slap is different. Slap is usually going to be up here over the end of the fingerboard. It's very, very, very rare to slap back here anywhere. It's pretty much always going to be in this area because we want to make sure that those strings hit the fingerboard. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that in a little bit. All right. So anchored thumb. It's going to rest on the pickups. Obviously, my thumb's a little weird. It flattens out like that on the pickup. And then we stretch down. We open our hand up to stretch down across the strings. And it sort of pivots on the pickup. Now, what I prefer to play personally is the floating thumb. Floating thumb says that your thumb is going to move to rest on whichever string is above the string that you're playing. And on a 4 or 5 string, it doesn't have to move very far. It's usually just going to be moving between the top 2 strings. But as you get to like 6 and 7 string basses, that becomes a lot more important. But so if I'm playing on the B string, in this case on the 5 string, I'll rest on the pickup. But when I go to play on the E string, my thumb drops down to that top string. And I'll stay there when I go to the A, but as I start to go to the D or G, I'll drop down another string. So my thumb sort of floats up or down as I need to keep my hand in a kind of relaxed and closed sort of shape. Because you don't want your hand to be stretched way out like this. You want your hand to keep this kind of natural curve so your fingers can move this way. So that thumb opens up, that starts to increase tension through your forearm. And that starts to make it more difficult to move your fingers quickly, and it starts to potentially risk damaging, getting some ligament damage, stuff like that going on, depending on, again, your hand size and how much tension or force you're using. So by letting the thumb kind of float, keeps the hand closed and keeps it very relaxed, which is what we want. We always want to stay as relaxed as we can. But experiment with both of them. They have kind of pros and cons. Another pro of the floating thumb is it lets you use your thumb to mute strings out, which is really nice. But you can sometimes get extraneous noise. Some people will kind of find themselves pushing the strings into the pickup and getting that little click as their thumb floats, so they don't want. The anchored thumb is really nice because it's a single anchor, a single pivot point. So if you're like really driving really, really hard, having that stability from a single anchor point can be really nice. So you'll just have to experiment. Ideally you should be able to do both, but you'll probably find one that you prefer, one that kind of fits your hands a little better than the other one. Now, if you ever go up to 6-string bass or something like that, then you pretty much have to use floating thumb, because otherwise you're going to have strings ringing out everywhere, and it's going to be a really wide stretch to get down to the 1st string on a 6th string. And I can show you on the 7th string later what I mean by that, like how critical it becomes. So, I'm going to pick our thumb style. Then we're just going to practice alternating. So pick a note, it could be an open string or a fretted note, doesn't matter, and just start playing rhythmic patterns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 and a 4 E and and start speeding it up, slowing it down, keeping it steady. Find it easier having it float? Yeah, a lot more people find it easier to float than they think they will. If you look at a lot of traditional books, especially, they'll tell you to use a fixed thumb because for a long time that was just the way everybody did it. You know, because a lot of the technical ideas crossed over originally from the upright bass. And usually on the upright bass, for the most part, your thumb tends to find a spot kind of on the edge of the fingerboard, somewhere like that, where it just plants, because you need a lot more power to drive the strings of an upright bass. Right? But on electric bass, it's not really that important to have a ton of power, because you can always just turn your amp up. I always recommend that your guitar or bass should be somewhere around your nipple. Like my nipple's like right here. It should be somewhere like slightly below your nipple, within, let's say, about 3 or 4 inches. That's going to vary with your height, obviously, the length of your torso, the length of your arms. But wearing it really low, wearing it like some of the punk rockers and stuff like that, makes it very, very difficult to play technical stuff and to move freely at all, because now suddenly your arm is stretched way down here and bending like this. It's even more important with bass because the neck is so much longer. But I tend to recommend keeping it pretty high. There is what's called the power position, which is where the instrument stays in the same spot, seated or standing. So like if you sit down and your instrument goes, then it's probably too low. If you sit down and it feels like it's like choking you, it's probably too high. So you'll find this sort of spot where it kind of stays in the same position and it just hangs. It just balances perfectly. At least ideally. Some instruments have neck dive problems where they want to dip down that way. Yeah, Bunny, that's normal. That's just going to happen. That usually means you're digging in too much, right? Try to lighten up. Get your finger right on top of the string, right? So if your finger's dipping way down, let's scoot up closer here. If your finger's getting way underneath the string, then it's going to make it hang, right? So I'm just sitting right on top. And obviously, the more you practice, the more you get used to it, the easier it's going to be, the more consistent you're going to get. If you find you're missing notes, though, slow your tempo down. Go, okay, instead of trying to do 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a go, I'm going to do 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3, and then gradually start speeding that tempo up. Right, so do it all on one string to start with. Open string and fretted notes. Then get brave and start trying to switch strings. So do like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and... And the wider that jump gets, the farther you get from, say, if you're starting on the E string here, the more challenging it gets to get back in time. That's one thing. The last time we did a bass string, someone requested what's her name? A Wolfpack song. Their bass player does this technique where he'll alternate between muted strings, like ghost notes, muted strings and notes at like 16th and 32nd note tempos, but jumping back and forth between the E and G string, and he gets it like absolutely perfect. And it's crazy how good he is at it. But you can sort of use that as an exercise. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 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 1 and 2 and 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and practice that kind of stuff. Start developing that technique. Right, but again, you want to make sure you're not getting up underneath the string, that you're staying essentially on the top half of the string. If you imagine a line running through the diameter of the strings going this way, going from top to bottom this way rather than this way, we want our finger to stay above that diameter. If we get underneath that diameter, we're going to start pulling the string more. It's going to hang up more. We're going to get a more aggressive sort of sound. You'll hear people talk about digging in with their right hand. Digging in is letting your finger dip a little bit more underneath that so you get more power and pull on the string. It gives you a more aggressive tone, but it's harder to get speed that way. And so we want to start with kind of the lightest and most agile technique that we can, and we can always add a little bit of weight, add a little bit of depth to make our string, or to make our sound more powerful and more aggressive. Right? So that's right hand. So if you're using floating thumb, you're going to be resting on the string as you go down. Right? Then free strokes, rest strokes, free strokes, rest strokes. Notice there's a slight adjustment in the hand position to compensate for those two as well. Rusty Builds is back in the house. Thank you so much for that resub, my man. How have you been? We thought you were dead. We thought you had inhaled too many solder fumes and had gone out in a blaze of glory. Give it a second. Streamlabs is being kind of sluggish today. We'll see if it updates. If it doesn't update in about 30 seconds or so, I'll manually update it. Your whole house fell apart on you? How does your whole house fall apart on you? Oh man, that's rough. That is rough. Alright, counter's not updating. Let's hit it. It wasn't. It's not showing up in my feed over here either. Let me look at something real quick. Dashboard. What the frick, man? I'll go look at my the Twitch dashboard and see if it shows up. And then we'll talk about left-hand technique. Yeah, you're showing up in Twitch. Showing up in Twitch. I don't know. Maybe Streamlabs is just having a bad night. Because I had to update the follow counter for some offline follows, and it took it like 30 or 45 seconds to update the follow counter, which is really strange. 49 and 50 subscriber points. That should have been 50 subscriber points now. We should have another emote slot available, guys. Bunny. Most of the memes that I'm talking about that are on that hard drive are so old, you will probably not even recognize them. I mean, so, okay, you said you're 13. Yeah, so some of those memes are literally older than you. I think the oldest ones on that hard drive are from 2004. Also, Rusty, you may notice that we have had quite an uptick in followers and subscriptions. We got rated by a pretty big stream week and a half ago. Got tons and tons of subs and follows from it. It's awesome. From a DJ stream called Phantoms. It was amazing. Who's man? Do you mean the donor, Matt Man? He was someone from their stream. He stopped in a few times and said hi. But yeah, it was incredible. Like, you should go back and watch the VOD. It's just like I couldn't even keep up with all the chaos. Like how many people were in chat, just like blowing it up. All right. So we've talked about basic right hand technique. We'll talk about using a pick and playing pick style in a minute, but let's do left hand technique first. All right. So with our left hand, it's going to be somewhat similar to the types of beginner exercises that we do with guitar, where we play one finger per fret. But we have a couple options when it comes to the left hand. We can use one finger per fret technique, but that can be a little bit of a challenge, especially in the lower registers of the neck if your hands aren't large. So we can also adopt what's called Simondale Technique, which is used on the upright bass, which is particularly in the lower registers. We use first finger, second finger, and then fourth finger, kind of in conjunction with the third finger. The actual fretting is going down with the pinky, but we move the third finger together with it. Yeah, Rusty, I hope it happens more too. Naturally. If you can get streaming again, we'll have to see if we can drag some more and raid Rusty some more. Raiding Rusty's always fun. No, dude, there's tons and tons of music that uses a pick. You know, especially hard rock, metal stuff. There's some metal stuff that you're just not going to play with your fingers because it's just too fast. A lot of punk stuff requires a pick to get the sound right. You can't get the string to growl correctly if you're playing with your fingers. And as I said, there's even old country stuff that uses a pick. It has a very distinct sort of sound where they want an articulate type of note. Carol Kay, one of the most important studio bass players ever. She's on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of records. Plays with a pick most of the time, because it gives you a very clean and very precise sound. You're playing studio stuff. You want the cleanest sound you can get, go with a pick. Yeah, Kim Deal. Kim Deal's going to come beat you up. Oh, well, Gene Simmons uses a pick. Well, then no, never use a pick again. Oh, man. All right, so left hand, we want our fingers to be fretting with the tips. We don't want to press with the pads right around here, because the fat in the pads of the fingers is a little bit soft and can make it difficult to get a clean note out. So we want to press with like just under the tip of the finger, like right about here. If you're right on the tip, you'll be okay up here on these strings. But as you move up to these strings, because of the natural shape your hand takes, that tip will tend to sort of slip off a little bit, especially if your strings are heavy at all. If you use very light strings, it's a little bit easier. But the finger is sort of curved up and pressing right about there. Right? So not completely flat, not as curved and flat as it would be on guitar, but still curved, pressing right underneath the tip. The thumb is going to stay around the back of the neck. So you can't really get away as easily on bass with thumbing over like this, and it's going to be really difficult in many cases to play a lot of stuff if you're trying to wrap your thumb over the top this way and lock your knuckle down here on the bottom. So thumb is staying back here. Hand has just kind of come up underneath the neck. Very natural curve to the wrist, so I'm not perfectly flat this way because this makes it very difficult to move, creates tension this way. Not bent really sharply this way because that creates a lot more tension around the edges of the wrist here and up in your elbow. Just kind of natural curve, hand fairly open, right? Thumb on the back, fingers. Staying very close to the fingerboard too. I try not to take your fingers far away. The farther they are away, the longer it takes them to get back. So the more slowly you'll move. So if you look from this angle, my fingers are already stretched out and positioned above the frets that they're going to play. So if I'm starting at the 3rd fret with my first finger, I'm right behind the fret. Because if you're far away from the fret, you'll hear the string hit the fret and rattle. If you're on top of the fret, you'll get a dead note. If you're right behind the fret, you get the easiest tension, the lowest tension, because the tension will always be lower as you move towards the sort of center of the string's travel, right? So you get the easiest fretting ability, and you'll get the cleanest sound out of it, right? And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Metallica's incredible album Load is played with a pick. Yeah, Bunny's giving us a little bit too much information here. Don't even know your mom. Now I'm imagining your mom as a groupie in the 70s or 80s. Yeah, if you're 13, it would have to be like the 80s. Unless you got a really old mom. But so my fingers are curved up, my hand's open, it's nice and loose. 1 finger per fret. So 3rd fret, 1st finger. 4th fret, 2nd finger. 5th fret, 3rd finger. And then 6th fret, 4th finger. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Lick it up. Lick it up. Lick it up. You did it. Don't blame us. It's all your fault. Get giraffe neck help with holding violins. No, I think that actually tends to just come from like it's an actual body modification from playing the violin a lot, especially with classical technique. The sort of forcible extension of the neck. Then again, I do know a whole bunch of people with basically no necks and quadruple chins who play the violin as well and just kind of like plunge it directly into their fat rolls. Though they would usually call it a fiddle rather than a violin. What were we even talking about? What have you done to my stream? What is happening here? Oh, jeez. So that's using the 1 finger per fret, the 4-finger technique. If your hands can't do that comfortably, like if you find yourself when you're reaching with that 4th finger up here to really be struggling, especially like down in the first position, like if we're starting at the 1st fret or 2nd fret, because the positions are named after the lowest fret, by the way. That's useful information. 1st position is starting at the 1st fret. 2nd position starts at the 2nd, 3rd, etc. Dude, if it's an NSFW stream, then the 13-year-olds wind up getting kicked out. Unless, you're one of those kids who lie about your age on the internet so you can get into the 18-plus streams and channels and stuff. But you wouldn't be one of those, would you? All right, let's see. So if we're down here, if you're struggling, you find yourself struggling in the lower positions to use the 1 finger per fret technique, then you'll want to shift to what's called the Simondale Technique, the 3-finger, 3-fret technique. So 1st finger, 2nd finger, 4th finger. And I'll actually use this if I'm playing something retro, if I'm playing like old R&B or something like that. I'll use this technique quite a bit just because that's how it was played in almost every case. It's really only as you start getting into like the 70s and 80s that you start getting people branching out and using 4 fingers more. But if you're listening to most of that old stuff, it tends to be 3-fret groupings instead of 4-fret groupings. So I'll use it even farther up the neck in many cases just to get the sound right. Why does Snapchat even allow someone to put that in as their age? You have corpses signing up for Snapchat? No, no one lies on the internet. So in this case, for the Simondale technique and the left-hand technique, we're going to take our first finger. So we'll use it in the first position just to demonstrate, because that's typically where it's most commonly used. Our first finger is going to play that first fret, second finger the second fret, but then when we go to the third, our pinky reaches up, and our ring finger kind of moves with it. It doesn't actually fret with it. It doesn't press down with it, but it moves along with it, because if we try to keep it stuck out, it's going to actually increase the tension on our hand and make it more difficult to move freely. So in this case, we're going to get 1, 2, 3, 1, or 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, etc. As you move up the fingerboard, you may start to find like, okay, once I get up to the fifth position, I can do 4 fingers more comfortably, and then transition into the 4-finger playing like that. All right, so that's going to be sort of your fundamental exercise, your basic dexterity exercise. This is the first thing I would give someone that walked in for their very first lesson. Same kind of idea as if they were coming in with guitar, but adapted a little bit for bass. So you're going to start off on the first fret, and 1, 2, 4, 1. Then go to the next string, same thing. Then come up a fret. Then up a fret. And just make your way all the way up the fingerboard. If you're comfortable with the 1, 2, 3, 4, practice that as well. Right? And make your way up and down that way. You can do it in reverse. One of my favorite variations of that is to start off going down. Then when you get here, shift up a fret. And gradually make your way up. And try to keep a steady beat with it too. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 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 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and at whatever tempo you can do it cleanly at. So don't try to blast through it if you can't get it consistent. Start with a really slow tempo. Start at 75, 80 beats per minute, something like that if you got a metronome. If you don't have a metronome, there are a million free ones you can download for your desktop or for your phone that are great. Some of them even have like drum sounds, which can make it a little easier to deal with than a click or a ding in many cases. But start off nice and slow with quarter notes if need be, so what 80 would be about 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Work with it like that. If you can do that steadily, try it as 8th notes. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and then 16th notes. 1E and a 2E and a 3 and a 4E and a 1E and a 2E and a 3 and a 4E and a 1E and a 2E and a 3E and a 4E and a, right? And gradually build your way up through those different subdivisions. If you can get to where you can do, 8th or 16th notes comfortably, knock it up another 15, 20 BPM and see if you can do, 100. See if you can do 120. And gradually make your way up consistently and cleanly. If you can do it at 200 and it's sloppy, it's no good. Got to slow it down. And then practice doing that all the way up and down the fingerboard. It's pretty rare that you're going to be playing up here, but you might as well practice it because you never know. Now, there are a million variations you can make up of this left hand exercise too. So instead of just playing straight in order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, you could do 1, 4, 3, 2, 1, 4, 3, 2, 1, 4, 3, 2, 1, 4, 3, 2, or 1, 3, 2, 4, 1, 3, 2, 4, 1, 3, 2, 4, 1, 3, 2, 4. You know, any number of variations. You could even start skipping strings and do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, any combination you can come up with. You can sort of make little games out of it. What are the different ways I can link 1, 2, 3, 4 across the strings or connect these different patterns to each other? When we start playing scales, our fingers fall in most cases into those little 4-fret boxes. So we can sort of visualize, well, okay, if we're playing the G major scale, that's in this second position, 1, 2, 3, 4 box, and we're just picking out select notes. So 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 4, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4, and we'd shift up to the next position. On and on and on. So all those scale patterns are going to sort of come out of those little 3 and 4 fret boxes. Remember, always keep your hands relaxed. Tension is the enemy. If you find yourself stiffening up, pressing really hard, take a second, take a break, shake your hands out, get loose, get limber, because tension will damage your wrists and hands. All right, so it's not as bad as you think. So that's the basic kind of overview. That would be essentially like the first lesson that I would give for someone walking in who'd never played before. Left-hand technique and right-hand technique. Let's talk some then about picking. Left-hand technique is going to stay the same. Until we start getting heavy into slap and certain other things, our left-hand technique is going to be functionally identical. Right-hand technique, though, can really change our sound. So you're going to want to use, in most cases, a very, very heavy or very stiff pick. I use basically the same ones I use on guitar in most cases, the Dunlop Ultex Jazz 3s, something comparable to that. Occasionally I'll use a little bit larger one. Once in a blue moon there will be something that needs a felt pick, which is kind of a specialty pick that gives you this kind of soft, dull, thumpy sound. But we don't want that most of the time. Right, so pick, jazz pick on a bass, yep. Yeah, so you can do that whole exercise. I mean, the idea for what we just showed was synchronizing left and right hands, but you can certainly do that exercise using slurs, using legato. So that's plucking once and then hammering all the rest. Right, that gives you less articulation though. So sometimes we want that, sometimes we don't. You could do the reverse as well, pull-offs. But you can do any combination. You could do, you know, hammer, pick, pick, hammer, pick, pick, hammer, pluck, pluck, hammer, pluck, pluck, you know, whatever combo of those things you want to do. Like I said, make a game out of it. Try to think of how many different combinations of techniques and rhythms and finger combinations you can come up with sort of inside those little boxes on the fingerboard. All right, so let's talk about pick style. So with the pick, whatever pick you're going to use, you want to hold it so that just the tip of the pick protrudes from your fingers. Right, so I'll try to get close to the camera here. Right. One way you can do that, take your finger, set the pick on it so that it kind of lines up with the point of your fingertip, and then just lay the thumb down on top. If you have tons and tons and tons and tons of picks sticking out, when you go to pick that bass string, that pick's going to go flying across the room somewhere. And even if you can manage to hold on to it, it's going to flex and drag across the string really badly. So like if I use a big flexi pick, like one of these ludicrous grandpa triangle picks, you can hear the pick dragging and going like before it lets the string go. I have to hold it right next to the tip to get smooth picking out of it. If I hold it in a more natural way, you get this kind of flutter. Hey, Jixie Den, welcome back. Haven't seen you in the stream in a while. How have you been? Yeah, you should only be allowed to buy triangle picks if you're over 70. Alright, so I'm holding the pick very close to the tip. It's essentially just an extension of my fingertip. Choked up on it pretty good because, again, if it sticks out, it's going to flex. You're going to be prone to drop it, especially against the size of the girth of the bass strings, right? Now, the easiest way to start practicing picking and working on picking is to rest your palm on the side of the bridge slightly behind the string. You don't want to be on the string and palm muting it just yet, but just sort of let your hand plant back here on the bridge. Right, and then start going down, up, down, up, down, up. So in this case, the downs and ups are replacing the finger alternations. The index, middle, index, middle, index, middle. That's good. Good to hear you've been good. Been what? Maybe two weeks since you've been in here? Over 70 or Kerry King. I mean, Kerry King probably is over 70 by now, right? So I'm just kind of resting back here, and I'm going to play the same patterns. You can take the same left-hand patterns and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a. And just like with the right-hand fingers, you want the pick to sort of stay on the top of the string. You don't want it to break through the diameter. If it dips down underneath the diameter of the string, the pick is going to hang. And it's going to give you kind of a stuttery, uneven sound compared to gliding across the top half of the string. Then you can take that same left-hand dexterity exercise and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. Right? Yeah, he is a rather sloppy player. That's part of his sound, though. He's made it work. Yeah, sure, Dixie, what you got? Ask away. Hybrid picking on bass. Use picking fingers together. In limited cases, Wes Montgomery played literally everything with his thumb and played some really amazing stuff and really intricate stuff with his thumb. But it's going to be difficult, especially in a rock context in particular, because the thumb is somewhat softer sounding than a pick. It's going to be really difficult to get certain types of articulation. Probably the only rock player I can think of to play really, really fast and technical stuff with his thumb at all is Jeff Beck. There are other rock players that use their fingers like Knopfler, but he's usually, if he's playing something fast, he's mostly using his fingers almost like picks and alternating them back and forth that way. But you'll hear Beck play some pretty quick stuff with the side of his thumb. You're going to have to get a heck of a callus on it if you want a lot of articulation that way, though. You're also just going to get a different sound from the thumb too. The thumb's got a lot of sort of meat on it, a lot of weight behind it, so it's going to give you a fairly dark sound. Right, so we can take sweet pick on bass. Right. But for that standard alternate picking, again, you want to be resting back here and just kind of rotating the wrist, just sort of turning the wrist back and forth this way. If you start to move up here to pick, you start to get a very different sort of string response. It becomes relatively difficult to get the quick lines quite as articulate, especially if you're playing rock rhythms in particular. If you're playing If we do that same thing up here, we're going to get a much darker sound. The string is going to splat a little bit more. If you want that particular sound, then knock yourself out, pick up here. But for the most part, you're not going to get the same kind of articulation, the same kind of clarity, and the sort of sensation of being anchored here can help you keep a little steadier rhythm versus floating up here. You know, if you want to play pseudo guitar phrases like that, then you might want to float up here so you can do all that sort of goofy stuff. But for the most part, it's going to be fixed back here, because then you can also add in palm muting and you can start getting these thumpy tones. So the country stuff that I mentioned, like the 60s country stuff in particular that you used to pick, that was what they would do. They'd plant back here and kind of... And it gives you an almost uprightish kind of tone because you've dampened the string out. But in some cases, they even have, like the old Fenders and a lot of other older basses have foam mutes on the string to make it behave more like an upright string, so it has less sustain. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be a lot more difficult to be, to be as fast as someone who can tremolo pick like that. I said you'd have to have a monster callus. You can sort of move your thumb in short bursts very quickly, which we see in like triple thumbing and double thumbing and stuff on bass. But it's going to be super, super hard to develop, these 64th, 128, 256 note speeds with a thumb. It's going to be rough. You're not really picking with the bass. I mean, you're not quite getting the technique, or you're not getting it to feel right, or you're just not digging it. But you just get a very different tone, from fingers to pick. Even if we're just playing the same kind of pattern, if we're playing versus we hear the finger is a lot darker, a lot rounder. Not getting the feel. Well, it's going to take a while. If you're not used to it, you're not used to the spacing between bass strings, the size of the bass strings, etc. It's just going to take some time to get used to what it's like on a bass versus on a guitar. That's really the key with all of this. It's just practicing it enough for you to sort of feel it. When you first start doing it, it's all going to be weird feeling. You have to practice more with your pick. Yeah, I mean, you really should. You should be able to practice. You should be able to play finger style and pick style. If you want to practice, like work on getting a super fast thumb, do that. That could be a really unique thing for your style. Not many people play with just their thumb much at all. As I said, if you listen to the jazz guitarist Wes Montgomery, he used just his thumb and could play some crazy stuff, but there aren't many. You shouldn't abandon it completely, but at the same time, it's a good idea to develop things like your picking skills, because a lot more music is just going to use that, plain and simple, and there are some real advantages to it as well. But otherwise, left-hand stuff is all exactly the same as it would be with standard plucking. It's just changing the way that you're setting the string in motion now. But just about like a huge percentage of hard rock and punk and metal kind of stuff is going to require you to use a pick to get the articulation, to get the sound right. Especially if your bass is distorted at all, it helps you get a lot more sort of accuracy with overdriven bass sounds. Fingers plus bass overdrive tends to be really, really woolly and murky and dark. So if you're listening to something that has distorted bass, there's a pretty good chance that it's got a pick on it to kind of give it some attack to cut through that. What? You saw Frank Sinatra doing Metallica solos. I got no idea what you're talking about now. At least it's not your mom and Gene Simmons. Alright, so another useful left-hand thing before we start talking about slap. We'll use slap in just a couple minutes. But another really important left-hand thing to practice, and it's going to be really... Rusty only pops in when moms and milfs pop up. Also, Alec B, you notice your boy Rusty's back. But an important thing is going to be really critical in slap because of the way slap tends to cause a lot of sympathetic resonances where the strings just want to go vibrate and ring and make all kinds of weird noises we don't want. We have to learn a left-hand damping. Right-hand damping is relatively simple. The fingers simply touch the strings you need to mute out. Left-hand damping, on the other hand, lets us control how long notes ring out. So, for instance, we could take our 1, 2, 3, 4 exercise, and instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, we can make all of those staccato. Simply by pulsing the pressure on the string. So I'll start off by pressing it down, and then as soon as I want it to die, I take the pressure off, but without removing the finger from the string. There's no response to that. None. Absolutely nothing. You look up to Dave. Oh, Davey's the YouTube guy that does all the like the crazy bass videos and stuff. Like buys the like the $100 20-string basses off of Amazon. Wild stuff like that. Right? But so to get these very funky kind of punchy and controlled sounds, we have to damp with that left hand. You know, so if we take a little octave pattern like this, which is just 3rd fret on the E string and 5th fret on the D string, if we don't damp at all, the notes run into each other. As we start to add damping, we start to get some separation between them. So I'm pressing, then releasing, press, release, and then each finger alternates that pattern. When I press with the index, the pinky comes up. When I press with the pinky, the index comes up, but doesn't leave the string. If you leave the string completely, you run the risk of hearing the string vibrate, the open string vibrate, or hearing the sound of the finger coming off the string, plus you have to put it back. And we want to be as efficient as we can, right? And I can start making that really, 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 really short. So when we start getting these funky, you know, or disco type bass lines, I'm dampening those strings out, which gives them that kind of pop effect that sort of sounds like they're leaping out. They're almost more percussive. Right, and I'm starting to keep, man, nose is driving me nuts. I'm starting to keep my index finger sort of curved down across the strings too, so if I'm playing on this string, none of the other strings are ringing out. If I arch this up too much, you start to hear the other strings sympathetically vibrate. They pick up some of the resonance of the other string or the note that I'm playing, and they start to ring out. And as your right hand patterns get more complex, that becomes a bigger and bigger issue. So you can take that 1, 2, 3, 4 and go, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then start dampening. Right, and move that through different tempo ranges. See how short you can get it. You know, get it to like 16th note length, or even smaller. It's not really that different. You know, the tuning, if you go up to like a 6-string bass is a little bit different, but if you're playing a 4-string bass, it's the same tuning as the 4 lowest pitch strings of guitar, just an octave lower. The scale throws people off because, you know, obviously not only is the neck physically longer, the frets are farther apart. So takes a little bit of adaptation. And then the probably the biggest difference is the sort of job that the bass does in the band. You know, in most types of music, the bass is responsible for sort of linking the percussion section to the rhythm section, right? So you have, you know, your drummer or percussionist, whatever type of things like that. They're playing. Their instruments do have pitches and notes, but they're not clear pitches and notes in the same way that the notes on a guitar or a piano would be. You know, they're predominantly focused on the rhythmic side of things. The guitar and the piano, things like that, they're focused more on the harmonic and melodic side of things. You know, they still have to be in rhythm. They still have to be in time, but they've got a lot more freedom because they're kind of sitting up on top of the rhythm section. You know, so if the drummer is playing 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and as long as they're kind of within a certain window, they're still going to fit. Now they can kind of push and pull depending on if they're playing on top of the beat, which means in front of it, or behind the beat. They can kind of affect how that feels, but nowhere near as much as the bass. The bass is doing two jobs. It's locking in rhythmically with the drummer, trying to find the groove, or you might hear it called the pocket, things like that, trying to lock in with that drummer to make sure that the time is marked clearly, but it's doing it with notes, with actual pitched notes, right? So it's kind of pulling the other instruments, the bass or the guitar, the piano, the vocals, even whatever other higher pitched instruments are in there. It's kind of pulling them in to that groove, you know, to the time feel of the piece, essentially. So it's kind of like the glue that's sort of holding everything together, that's pulling them all together. If your bass player is sloppy and can't keep time, the whole band will fall apart. It does not matter how good everybody else is. So the groove is about the sort of rhythmic feel of a thing, right? So if the drummer's playing 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 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 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and that would be setting up a groove. It's more about the rhythm than anything else, and that kind of dictates what the piece of music is going to feel like. The melody is individually, the melody is like the lead line of the piece, right? The part that if you're whistling the piece of music, that's the part that you're whistling. You know, so to take a really simple example, if you're playing Mary Had a Little Lamb, that's the melody. The harmony would be the chords underneath that melody, right? So right, and then the groove, playing Mary Had a Little Lamb with a groove might be interesting, but the groove is essentially how that's all fitting together rhythmically. It's the only thing that's important. Nothing else matters. Just the bassist. The bass, no, and on the whole, the bass player tends to be sort of underrated. Like, people don't really understand necessarily how important the bass is, because the space it's occupied in many cases. Geez, man, you guys are getting at it over there. But the space it occupies tends to be sort of overlooked. You know, outside of, like, now in dance music, the bass tends to be front and center because the bass is really, really driving that groove, that time feel forward. But in other types of music, the bass will be mixed way back, but if you take the bass out, you will miss it. You know, even some of the famous bassless bands will often have a studio bassist, so their studio recordings will have a bass player, and they'll even in many cases have a live touring bassist that tours with them, or they'll have their guitars tuned very low so that they sort of occupy the space of the bass and start to take on some of the role of the bass. Nah, Bunny, like pretty much the only way, and I know this from years and years and years of experience, the only ones that really have success that way are like the singers and the acoustic guitar guys, who are so sensitive. Oh my God. Yeah, Slater Kinney had two guitars, but they're usually playing in a lower tuning. Let's see. Hugo Largo had two bass players. No, they're gonna go, what is that? That's like some big weird guitar, right? Oh dear. Anyways, so we were talking about damping, left hand muting and damping, right? Controlling the length of the notes. It's going to be really critical when you start looking at slap patterns. Now, you can take that same left hand technique and you can play it with yeah, basically. Like if you can play like the cheesiest cliched songs like Wonderwall and sing them reasonably well, then go to a party and you're pretty much golden. Get an acoustic bass and then no one will hear you. Get an upright bass and then they won't let you in because it's too large. Be like, what is that? You're not dragging that in here. The acoustic bass guitars, though, tend to be very, very quiet. They tend to require you to amplify them to hear them really at all. And that's just kind of a constraint of the physics of the instrument. You know, the body would have to be gigantic. There is, what's his name? There's a German builder that builds an acoustic bass guitar with like a full-sized body, and it's like this. It's ridiculous. Depends on how good he is at it. How sensitive he can pretend to be. Has to be the right type of party, though. Obviously, if it's like a techno rave party, then it's not going to work. Oh, Lord. See, I was thinking about making another crack about bass working on Bunny's mom, but I thought I'd leave it. And then Rusty comes right in and fills that gap. All right, so let's start talking. Mind the gap now. Let's start talking about slap technique, because I know that Bunny was waiting for this in particular. Right? So, in the case of slap now, what we're doing is literally hitting the string, causing the string to hit the fretboard and bounce back off the frets, which is where that sort of metallic sound comes from. The only reason you started learning Poison covers for Bunny's mom. I thought that was for Bert's mom, Alec. Now, you can actually pluck the string hard enough to get a pseudo slap sound. And there are a few players who do that. Instead of actually slapping, they'll hit the string very hard. Some of them will call it thumping with their finger to cause it to hit the fret and give you a little bit of that slap tone, but it's still not the same. Ow, dang, Alec, that's brutal. Good thing he's not in here. Good thing he has terrible internet and never gets on the stream. right? So that technique is, again, more like this. Similar to that rest stroke technique, but more aggressive. And it tends to, you have to have low action to get that to work pretty well too, like very low action. Slap in general wants you to have lower action than normal as well. Because again, we're trying to get the string all the way down to the frets to hit the frets and come back off. So start with the thumb. All right, the thumb is going to function basically like a kick drum on a drum kit. Right? It's providing in most cases the low boom, 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 boom. As you get better, I have to turn. It sounds like we're probably clipping a little bit. Are we clipping out there when I slap? Because slap tends to jack our volume way up. It looks like my meter's clipping a little bit. But as you get better at it, you'll start incorporating the thumb into more complex patterns. But to start off with, you start off just by slapping a regular beat. Just start on the E string and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, the place that I'm making contact is sort of like the ball of my thumb, right? So you sort of feel like if you stick your thumb up, you'll feel that little knot right there where the knuckle is, on the edge of the knuckle. That's basically where you want to hit. Right, I'm going to hit the string right about the end of the fingerboard. If you come back here, it's a lot harder to do and a lot harder to control. When you get up to about the end of the fingerboard, you'll sort of feel your thumb bounce off the string when you hit it with that ball. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 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 in this case I'm playing the 5th fret on the A string for those little accents. And you'll notice I'm not making a big right hand movement either. I'm not taking my arm way out here, anything like that. If you've watched old like Brothers Johnson videos when slap was first being developed, you'll see him just like wailing on the thing this way. But that's generally not a good idea. It's really, really inefficient and you'll tear your hands up doing it that way. You really only need this small kind of motion, at most just a wrist rotation. So you stick your thumb out, turn your wrist so that the ball of the thumb hits the string and bounces off. Until you get that bounce, it'll sound pretty awful. If you can't get your thumb to bounce off, you'll just get this kind of sort of sound. It's really common when people first start learning to slap. But we're trying to get it to actually crash off that string and bounce back out. And actually using that momentum as well of it bouncing off and on the string is going to be really critical to more elaborate slap patterns later on. Right? You don't have to hit super hard. And imagine that's your kick drum going thump, 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 thump. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 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 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and you should be able to slap fretted notes and still just get consistent sounds. Right? So you may need to make sure you're getting the bounce properly. Like if you don't bounce off, if you're kind of hitting it and stopping, then that'll kill the note out. Death Priest. It turns out Death Priest is actually just a gigantic hipster. See, the true hipster move is to listen to bands that are absolutely enormous everywhere else in the world, and then talk to people about them here and be like, oh yeah, no, what, you never heard of like Gesu no Kiwami Otome, right? No, dude, they have Like, they're amazing. They have like 25 million views in Japan, man. What you don't know about them? Especially if it's like K-pop bands. That's the best. K-pop bands. But anyways, so make sure you're actually like clearing the string. You're bouncing back off the string, or at least getting underneath it so that the string has room to vibrate when you're fretting the note. Right? Because if your thumb stops on the string or stops too close to the string so the string can still touch it when it's vibrating, it's going to kill the note. You know, you'll get harmonics, you know, little ringy buzzes, all kinds of stuff, rather than getting a clear note. So I'm bouncing off like that. Other option is to sort of drive through and land on the string below, which you'll have to do when you start learning to do like double thumbing. That kind of stuff. Right, so the thumb is playing that kick drum. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 1, 2, 3, and 4. Whatever pattern you want to play. The other fingers, the index finger and middle finger, will play our pops. So for our pop, we want to get the finger up underneath the string. Mine tends to, when I do it, it tends to run kind of across the corner of the string this way. Yeah, it'll take you some time to get to where you can do it on the other strings comfortably. Remember, keep your hand loose. Don't let your hand stiffen up, right? You can practice, even like stick your thumb way out to work on getting like just that thumb control and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Whatever rhythmic pattern you want to play. It's pretty rare to slap on the G string down here, but you might as well practice it because sometimes you'll need to. And I'm controlling the note length with my left hand using that damping. Just touching the string after I hit it to mute it out. Right, so the pops, we're going to get up underneath the string. If I'm popping on the G string, I'm usually using my middle finger. I'll save my index finger for the D string. Most of your pops are going to be on the D and G. Sometimes you can bring them down to the others, though. It just depends on the pattern you're playing, but the majority of them are going to be on the bottom two strings, right? And so for the pop, you get your finger up underneath the string, and then you literally pull the string out. You kind of fix the finger and pull the string through it so the string comes up and then slaps down against the fret. Right? As you get better at it, you can start to do it with even less movement. You can start to do it just by moving the finger rather than moving the hand. What? What's the problem? Well, we're going to look at a simple pattern, putting them together here in just a second. Right? But so you'll notice I'm just kind of making this small little movement out. I'm not yanking way out this way. You know, that'd just be for flair. The farther your fingers and hand come away from the string whenever you do this, again, the longer it takes them to get back. So if we're trying to set up these patterns, these rhythmic patterns, do do da 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 do do da, our fingers and hands need to stay close. Right? So just setting up a basic kind of drum pattern or drum rhythm like that using slap, pop, slap, slap, pop, slap, pop, slap, slap, pop. Tom Petty, Bob Dylan, Elton John, Eric Clapton. Boring. Goat Penis is probably a real band. Any relation to Goat Whore? Yeah, some people will only use one finger. It's better though to start learning to use multiple fingers because it'll let you play more elaborate patterns. Flea has a very, very, very idiosyncratic style of slapping too. Like if you learn to slap like Flea, you're just going to sound like Red Hot Chili Peppers. You know, it's got to be kind of restrictive. You know, it's going to make it a lot more difficult to play a lot of classic funk music and a lot of classic slap bass tunes and sounds if you just try to use sort of his style. He uses a lot bigger hand movement too. It'd be like trying to use Fieldy's style of slapping. It basically only works for corn. You know, go listen to somebody like Marcus Miller. You know, go look up a bass player named Marcus Miller slapping, and or Victor Wooten even for that matter. Though he tends to be like way over the top, and you'll start to hear a lot more kind of interesting ways to use slap. We don't need anybody else sounding like RHCP. We've evolved beyond Red Hot Chili Peppers. No, Goat Penis is an actual band. They look like bodybuilders. Well, see, bodybuilders in like an actual fist fight get into trouble because they're too bulky. They can't move quickly enough. It's not practical muscle. What were we doing? Why? No. This is another interesting diversion. I lost my train of thought. Anyways, so we're going to set up a simple sort of pattern where we're going to play the E string as the kick. Then we're going to play the G string as a pop. And we'll use, let's use the 7th fret as the note that we're going to pop. The 7th fret on the G like this. So you could use your index or your pinky. It doesn't really matter. This will just determine which notes you could go to afterwards if we make the pattern more complex. Chili Peppers are, yeah, that's not a bad call, Ride. Not a bad call at all. At least, especially at first. Alright, so let's start off. We'll simplify that rhythmic pattern even more. We're just going to play slap on 1 and 3, and then pop on 2 and 4. So we're going to go slap, pop, 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 slap, pop. And I'm cutting these, you notice I'm cutting them sort of short. If we don't use that left hand damping, then we get this. Which doesn't have a very rhythmic effect. It doesn't feel, like drums hitting. Do, da, do, da, do, da, do, da. It sounds really messy. It doesn't really mark the rhythm well at all. And with slap, that's the whole point, is making rhythmic patterns. Basically playing the drums on the bass. Slapping the open E string, then popping the 7th fret on the G string. So this is the note E for the open string, and the note D on the G string. And I'm using my left hand when I slap to mute that out. Then when I pop and then release the pressure to keep that note, well, poppy, rather than bang, boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. You work on making it more or less staccato. And get to where you can play that really simple rhythm consistently. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. right? Once you can do that consistently, then you can try, say, making the slap a little more complex. So let's do 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1. Still popping the same note. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, and 3, 4. 1, 2, and 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. When you try to mute, it messes with your head, and you go into panic mode, not just panic mode, ultra panic mode. Yeah, it's all going to be that way at first. Again, it's like anything else. Your brain, you're trying to put these different ideas together, right? It's a little different than playing, fingerstyle, playing single notes and stuff like this, because in this case we're trying to perfectly synchronize. Like, okay, this finger is playing this note, and the right hand finger is plucking it, and it's ringing out. In this case, they're all kind of doing multiple jobs now. We have the thumb on the right hand slapping the notes, which is one type of motion and one type of feel, and then the fingers popping the notes, which is a different type of motion and feel, right? And then the left hand has fretting notes and just muting notes in between and synchronized with in different ways what the right hand is doing. Now, an important thing with the right hand, though, is to get kind of a reciprocating rhythm between the slaps and the pops. So when you slap, as the hand comes back up to prepare for the next slap, the popping finger pops. Right? So it makes this, again, kind of reciprocating motion. Right? That's how you slap and pop fast. The motions, every motion you make sets up the next motion. It's just like the alternate picking with the pick. Every time you pick down, it puts you in position to go up, which lets you eventually develop a lot of speed. Same thing with the right hand here. Every time I slap, my pop gets reset. Every time I pop, my slap gets reset. But it all starts off slowly. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and... Yep, that's the secret to everything. Wearing Hawaiian shirts from the Big and Tall store. Actually, this one probably came from Belk's. The thousands of hours of practice have nothing to do with it at all. But as you get better at it, your hand motion will get smaller, and that sort of reciprocating motion will get smaller. So you barely have to move your hand. How do you get good without practicing? You hire someone else to overdub all your parts for you. Thousands of hours in WoW. Whew. Well, if you did it right, you could have scammed some RMT, some real money out of some suckers. Guess that's something. I never played WoW much. I had a friend, a close friend that got into it and got sucked way deep into it, was in some guild that played, that did stuff every night, and so he got to where he wouldn't go to dinner with us, he wouldn't go hang out, he wouldn't do anything with us because, oh dudes, no, I got a raid tonight. I don't show up, my guild master or whatever is going to kick me out. Breathing is overrated. I have thousands of hours in Dark Souls, the original Dark Souls. But pretty much all that gave me was the right to say, "Get good, scrub." Or, "What are you, casual?" But, so start setting up that rhythm. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 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 then you start subdividing it. You start syncopating it a little bit more. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and we start hearing that kind of funk coming out of it, sort of, because the sound of funk is really the sound of syncopation, these syncopated rhythms. In many cases, the harmonic stuff, the chords might only be 1 or 2 chords, but the way the groove gets divided up lets you push and pull those 2 chords all kinds of different ways, depending on the particular, band or style you're going after. If you're going after chic style, it's going to be different than if you're going after P-Funk style. It's going to be different if you're going after James Brown style, etc., 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 on and on and on and on. But basically, any drum pattern or drum rhythm you can think up, you can translate more or less into slap. You can't beat a Soulsborne game. The only one I haven't played so far is Sekiro. For me, Demon Souls and Dark Souls are the kind of the best. Bloodborne, for me, like, it was a really cool setting, but I didn't like how it changed everything to being like super, super fast and more kind of twitchy. I like the fact that in Demon Souls and Dark Souls, you could kind of approach it from a lot of different angles. You could go really fast, you could go really slowly or methodically. I felt like you kind of lost some of that in Demon Souls, and to an extent in not in Demon Souls, in Bloodborne, and you lost some of that to an extent in Dark Souls 3 as well, just because they took a lot of stuff like mechanically straight over from Bloodborne into Dark Souls 3. Then Dark Souls 2 is its own special world. It's a weird game. I don't know, you can fake anything in the right scenario. Like there's what country did she do it for? There was like a lady who kept going out to like the Olympic qualifying meets for I think it was for skiing. It might have been for snowboarding, but it was one of the winter sports. And she kept going out, but registering for a country because apparently she had some like grandfather qualification for some country that didn't have many people, and so she would keep going to these meets for this country and have nobody else there. Go to these really obscure ones in the middle of nowhere and stuff, and eventually wound up qualifying for the Olympics or whatever, with no actual skiing ability whatsoever. But you can find it on YouTube. There's a video of her just like going down the pipe at like 5 miles an hour, super slowly, because she managed to exploit a loophole to get into the Olympics or whatever it was. It's pretty amazing. Bloodborne. Yeah, I mean, rolling, I'd like to play super high level. Rolling is in most cases ideal, but it's a lot of fun to mix up your play styles. Like in Dark Souls 1, I had a character that I would invade with, especially invade, like low level invading, just to mess with people, which was a character in full giant's armor with a +10 sack and then a +10, or I guess it'd be +5 because it was lightning, but a maxed out lightning night shield. And I would just walk around two-handing the night shield and blocking people and like shoving them with the lightning night shield and occasionally whacking them with the attack with it. And lots of trolly stuff like that you could do with shield builds and tank builds, which you just can't get away with at all in Bloodborne. Well, I wouldn't try to like pick on them necessarily. I would just try to like be there, be in the way. So you'd invade in like the parish and go up under the bridge and just kind of stand underneath the bridge. You can let them clear out the other hollows there, but just try to block the way with the shield and like push them back, push them back, push them back. I was never too into like being nasty at lower levels, using like dark beat or whatever. Now Keep Watch, if Keep Watch is in here, he was an absolute jerk. There's even videos of him showing up on YouTube trolling people with dark magic. Where they're like videos of jerks on Dark Souls 1. Like 10 years old now. I just like messing with people. Most of my builds were ridiculous builds that I would come up with just to mess with people and to get laughs. Yeah, so you can pop any fret you want. The fret that's usually going to follow that 7 is either going to be 9 or 6. So if we were playing that's going like pop 7, pop pop 7 6, pop 7, pop or slap slap 7 6, slap 7 slap slap 7 6, or slap 7 slap slap 7 9, slap 7 slap slap 7 9, or slap 7 slap 7 slap 7 slap 7 9, slap 7 slap slap 7 slap 7 slap slap 7 9. You can mix it up any number of ways. Just remember, when you pop, for the most part, you're going to tend to use hammer-ons and pull-offs or slides rather than trying to pop the note multiple times. No, I never tried playing it. That's a good idea. That'd be a good one to do for one of the Weeb Wednesday streams. This is a really pretty piece. It probably wouldn't be super hard, I wouldn't think. But yeah, that's a good idea. We'll have to do that. I think this coming Wednesday is going to be a Weeb Wednesday anyway, so that'll be good. So another thing you can do is you can take the octave. So that's what I'm doing there. I'm taking the octave of the 7, which is the 5th fret on the A string, so in this case, I'm getting slap on the open, then pop on the 7, then slap, slap on the 5, then the pop again. Octave shapes are your best friend on the bass. Because as a rule, in most songs, the guitar and the keyboard are going to be playing too much for you to play chords and patterns like this. That's going to make things way too murky. So if you want to take something and make it more complex or more interesting, you just take the octave of whichever note you're playing and alternate between them. And suddenly this line, instead of being and you start adding those slaps and pops in with the octaves, and suddenly it sounds more interesting, more happening, without really doing anything terribly complex. Yeah, dude, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for stopping in, chatting in the Discord, etc., etc. Hopefully this has been helpful for you. Go back and review the VOD if you need help, or ask me questions. Again, I'll answer you in the Discord if you need help. I am happy to. And I'll catch you guys. We have Metal Monday coming up next Monday. I'll catch you next Metal Monday, hopefully. All right. So we talk a little bit more about slap for a couple minutes. Then we'll just open up. We'll do some requests. I want to take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll do some requests or whatever. right? So you start incorporating progressively more complex rhythms with the right hand for the slapping stuff. If people request black metal, then we'll play black metal. We're going to get all power metal requests now. Right, so we start incorporating. Let's say we'll take like a little Mixolydian scale, because the Mixolydian is very, very commonly used in funk music, and in conjunction with the minor pentatonic, minor blues scales. Right? So the P-Funk song right is using this sort of Mixolydian kind of vibe, right? Where we have E, D, C sharp, D. So in this case, I'm playing 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 2 and 3 and 4, and just using these octaves of those notes. And he plays little fills in between. I'm starting to use progressively more complex right-handed, left-hand techniques to mix up the rhythms there. So using this like left-hand tap, take this, to add almost like a drum fill. Yeah, I'll check it out in a few minutes when we get done here. So I'm going to pop up a BRB in a minute or two, and then when I come back, we'll get into something. Right, and then you can start to add in double pops, which is where we pop the same string twice. Usually in this case, though, we'll mute one of them. Which gives us a almost like a drum roll. When we combine it with the thumb, we get kind of a triplet feel. You get double thumbing and triple thumbing. And you start to get really, 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 really elaborate. And ideally, you want to kind of plan that out a little bit more and figure out, like, okay, I'm going to play these subdivisions here. I'm going to go for this particular rhythmic feel here, rather than trying to work all of them in at all times. But you can use them to create different syncopations, different kind of drum patterns, different degrees of complexity in the slap pattern, so everything doesn't just sound like. That's a cool one too, like hammering on into like a triplet and then hitting the open string underneath. That's one Les Claypool gets a lot of mileage out of. That kind of stuff. So it's kind of a different approach mentally than playing fingerstyle or playing sort of non-slap patterns in most cases, even funky non-slap patterns. There's a lot more kind of melodic stuff you can do playing that way. You play slap, it tends to sort of reduce it down, becomes less melodic, more about the impacts and the timing. Hearing those kind of things. All right. Anybody got any questions about that stuff? About any of like the bass lesson stuff or the slap stuff? Any of that? And for most of the slap stuff, by the way, you'll usually want to keep it in the middle position with both pickups on if you have a 2-pickup bass. That gives you a little more percussive sound than using pickups on their own. You should get one. They're useful to have. Might even find you like it. Alrighty. So, nobody got any questions about that. I will be back in a couple minutes. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, grab some water, stuff like that. And I will be BRB. I mean, the Ibanez stuff is pretty hard to beat. As far as buying used, though, as far as buying used, it just depends entirely on the brand and then on the base. You know, sometimes you can find absolutely amazing stuff used really cheap, and other times, you know, it's, you know, beat up garbage. So it just depends on if you're comfortable sort of assessing the quality of it when you get your hands on it. Dude, the LTDs is good stuff. I've owned a number of them over the years. Warlocks though, Warlocks do look cool if they have the right headstock. There's one headstock from the 80s that I really like on them, but man, they're uncomfortable. They are not a comfortable instrument to hold. Especially, oh my god, not the acrylic ones. The acrylic ones are brutal. My favorite musician? You know better than to ask questions like that. Alex is trying to troll me. So otherwise I'll just be sitting here for 30 minutes going, well, I don't know what the who, man. Well, no, maybe, no, maybe, yeah, no. All right, let's see what Priest has got here. Oh yeah, let me update the title too. So let's do. Oh, you ask in the chat. We'll let him know, chat. All right, let's update the title there. Then we got to check. Let's hit Death Priest link here. See if my other computer the speakers will cooperate, because it'll be easier to deal with on the other laptop. Timestamp 2120. I think my speaker jack may have finally just completely died on my other computer. Gruzia. Jeszcze nie mamy no pomysłu. Is this a Polish band? Yeah, my speakers aren't wanting to work at all. I have to open it up on this computer. No wait, I can't, because I bet our output. Let's see if our output is set to speakers first. Yeah, okay, output's still set to speakers. That's good. So our output was set to the sound card. We might nuke you guys. Come on, being slow. Start playing. Start bringing it up. All right, so the basic kind of pattern. I'm pretty good at reading stuff in other languages. I certainly don't speak Polish at all. You think you're better than me? All right, so the kind of pattern that's going on here is using sort of this minor scale sound. Right, so we have the E minor scale, or E Aeolian, from our modes here. And it sounds like it's starting off on the 2nd fret on the note B, 2nd fret on the A string. No, so starting off on the C, so it's starting off the 3rd fret higher. All right, so it's going like 3, 2 on the A, then 3, 2, 3, 0, 0 on the E. So 3, 2, 3, 2, 2, 0, 0, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 0, 0. Probably plucking sounds like a little closer to the neck. This is kind of a dark and thick sort of sound. You can kind of get an idea in most cases where they're plucking, like if you're plucking closer to the bridge or closer to the neck, by sort of how full the sound is. And if it's a really deep, bassy sound, it's usually going to be closer to the neck. This was not the sound I expected to hear when I clicked play on this video. It's kind of cool little groove. That's always the best when something completely subverts your expectations. Ba da 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 dum dum, 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 da 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 da. 3 2 3 2 3 0 0, 3 2 3 2 3 0 0, 3 2 3 2 3 0 0, 3 2 3 2 3 0 0. So it's just kind of vamping that. It's sort of repeating that right now. Little chord fragments on top. So it's still just looping that same pattern. So still looping that. Yeah, still same pattern. Yeah, still keeping the same pattern up. Alright, let's see, did it... Yeah, okay, so there we got something, a little thing that breaks the pattern up some. So we have a G, A, then back into the pattern. So da 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 da. Oops, no, not that. Back to YouTube. And same pattern. And 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And it's just staying the same. Yeah, it hasn't really changed so far. He's playing, there's some little variations where like sometimes he'll play, instead of playing the double E like that, he'll just kind of hit it once and let it ring. But that's pretty much the only real variation so far. Yeah, so it basically just vamps that all the way out. Pretty cool though, like cool little bouncy groove. Creates kind of like a platform for all the little guitar stabs and little fragmented guitar parts on top. Alright, let me go check the Discord. See if we got anything in there yet. No, nobody hit the Discord. Alright, well, what shall we do now? Shall we mess around with requests? Shall we just mess around in general? Shall we play some different basses? You guys want to do Q&A? You're just going to post 90s Metallica. Yeah, sure, Priest, hit me. What you got? The part 1 minute in. All right, let me, I always want to turn the speakers down. Come on. All right, let's see. All right, so it sounds like we're down in D. Dom, 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 dom. So it sounds like we got a low D. Boom, 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 boom. Then we're grabbing this D sharp. I would bet it's probably in D standard. Actually, a surprising number of metal basses tend to just play 4 strings and then tune them down in many cases. I'm going to switch basses though. I'm going to switch to a bass with a little more aggressive sound than this one. All right, just give me a sec. All right. Where's my cable? This bass was actually owned by the bassist from Mastodon, and it is very, 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 very aggressive. All right, oh yeah, I gotta unmute the amp. That jack's touchy. Gotta try not to bump the jack. Quit that. Quit that. Good Lord, this bass is hot. This bass uses 18-volt electronics. Sounds like one of the batteries might be dying too. Starting to get a little bit of a distorted sound. Even with the, I have the DI, the level for the DI for the bass all the way down, and this bass is so hot it's actually still getting through. So like I said, we're either in drop D or a D standard here. So we'll get down to this D. Two, three, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. All right, so let's go back to the minute mark. One, two, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So the bass isn't doing anything too complex here so far. It's just kind of starting off 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Just using the first fret. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, so then instead of the first fret, and instead of every fourth measure, we change every 2 measures. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, up to the third fret. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Musically, this reminds me a lot of a band called Cursed, which I really like. I think I mentioned that on stream before. Boom. All right, so then now it's going up to the 5th fret. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Boom. So it's just going back and forth between D minor and G minor. Boom, boom. 2, 3, boom, 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 boom. All right, so now we're back to the open to first fret. Boom, 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 boom. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, boom, boom, boom. 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 All right, so now our pattern. The bass actually isn't playing anything. Thought process. So first thing I'm listening for is the key. Right? So the first thing I'm going for is like, is it in the key of D? Is it in the key of E? Is it in the key of C? Whatever. So once you find that, and you can just do that manually, you know, move your fingers around till you find like, okay, well, here's a D. All right, that's a D. That's clearly a D. All right. Once you've got that, the sort of key center that it's working off of, then I'm starting to listen. How do you determine the key? Well, so key, strictly speaking, is referring to the particular scale that it's using. So like, you know, the D minor scale, the D major scale, etc. But you can think more broadly than that. You can just think like, okay, which one of these notes, which note sounds like the root note, the reference note that everything is coming back to, right? So in this case, we're hearing that big boom, boom, boom. The bass actually makes it pretty easy compared to the guitar because the guitar is doing a lot more. The bass is more or less just playing root notes. It's just playing dom, dom, dom. And then when it goes to change, I hear like, okay, I've got that root note D, boom. I hear it go, boom. Not exactly the deepest note. It's the note that has the least amount of tension compared to the other notes. So if I'm playing, and then I go, that note makes me go, want to go back down to that root note. All the other notes will create a type of tension that pulls you back towards that root. I mean, tension quite literally tends to cause like a type of tension inside of your head when you hear it. Your brain hears this going like, okay, here's a consonance. Here's something that's not tense. The string will stay in tune. If I do this, that's now created what's called a dissonance, which is a type of tension, and it makes me want to resolve back to a non-tense sound, or here's another tense sound. I want to resolve back. So the same when I'm hearing this root note D. When I hear bong, your brain instinctively goes, oh, hey, that's kind of creating some tension. That's grabbing my ear and like pulling me towards that root note again. When I hit that root note, you hear it resolve. You hear it kind of let go. I mean, it's something you'll have to learn to hear. You know, so if I play the major scale, there's not much tension in the major scale. That's why the major scale sounds happy. Most people tend to think the major scale sounds pleasant and happy. If I play, on the other hand, a diminished scale is almost nothing but tension. And it creates chords that are very kind of harsh and sour compared to the major scale, which creates these, you know, nice, pretty, unthreatening types of sounds. It's abstract in one sense, but it's also conventional. You know, it's based on the way that people have conventionally heard and interpreted these things over several hundred years. I mean, it's all a matter of translation. You know, everyone is going to have a unique internal language for thinking about those things. When I hear the major scale, I don't necessarily think happy as such, but I can hear the kind of consonances contained in the major scale, the way that it's not very tense, or really not tense at all. And I can understand how people traditionally associate it with happier or more positive or upbeat kinds of sounds, because there's not really any harshness in it. But when we hear something like this, that's very clangorous and dissonant and unpleasant, and people will usually associate that with darker and more negative emotions. So you're saying that the bass of the left hand on the piano can't play anything happy? But what I'm doing, once I identify that root note, the note that I hear is kind of like the center point of the piece, where all the other notes are coming back to it. Right, once I identify that note, then I start listing, like, for the next note that changes, and I think, like, okay, how does this change? How far did it sound like it was going? If I identify this as my root note, then I hear that next note, oh, hey, that only went up a half step. Because a half step has a really distinct sound. Right, versus a whole step, or even wider. Right, and so I hear, like, okay, it's going 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And just by having that, just by knowing that right off the bat, I go, okay, well, I know that the Phrygian mode, we talked about back when we looked at the modes, the Phrygian mode starts off with that half step and then gives us a minor chord, and I can hear the guitar playing a minor chord on top of that, playing minor chord arpeggios. Right, so okay, so I must be in Phrygian mode. If I'm in Phrygian mode, then my notes are going to be D, E flat, so on and so forth, all the way up. D, E flat, F, G, A, B flat, C, D. And so then when I hear the next chord change, boom, boom, I hear, oh, hey, that went up to ba, da, up a perfect fourth to a minor chord, to a G minor. Then back down to the D minor. Then now when we're getting around to this sort of verse section, I hear it going from that D to the A down to the E flat. Boom, 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 boom. Because I'm just sort of hearing those jumps from note to note, from interval to interval inside of that scale. Yeah, it's a sense of relative pitch. You don't have to have absolute or perfect pitch to do this. You simply have to be able to hear them relative to each other, relative to that root note, how far they're traveling from one note to the other. So here getting, like, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. The bass is still playing a pretty simple part. The drums in this case are doing most of the work, driving everything along. And 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. The guitar is playing a little more complex pattern. That type of thing on top of it. The bass is just dawn and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. Because usually if we try playing like the actual black metal type guitar patterns and rhythms on bass, it becomes a mess. It becomes really hard to keep a controlled sort of sound. So the bass is adding more like sort of a pad or platform for the other stuff, for the guitar to lay on top of, right? And it's sort of bridging between the two without getting in the way. All right, so you get a little bit more busy pattern now. Boom, 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 boom. Still playing that A, E flat, D pattern, but we're getting a little bit kind of these little hammers and pulls, kind of creating a little groove. Dum, dum, dum. Just kind of building on the pattern he was playing previously. Boom, boom, boom. So the guitars here are kicking in there, but the bass is just playing more simple boom, 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 boom. All right, so now we're getting something a little different. Da, 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 boom. Right, and it's still sort of following the chords that come out of the mode. The guitars are playing this. How do we voice that one? Right, the bass is sort of outlining that underneath. Ba-boom. guitar's playing, the G minor there. Then back to the D. Holy crap, this song's like 11 minutes long. Bass is not playing a pattern quite that complex. That's more like what the guitar is playing. Farming sim. You probably got to ask Rusty. Rusty is Simulator Boy. Man, this bass is crispy. Crispy. Almost 12 minutes long. Woo! Now we're back to this. Friggin' Jack popping all the time. All right. I'm not going to do a whole 12 minutes of that, though. But essentially, I mean, suffice it to say, if you can hear the root note, if you can hear that D is the root, and then go, okay, half step. Right off the bat, that half step tells you it's probably going to be Phrygian or Lydian, or I mean Locrian. And then you hear, okay, G, A, all right, so now we're clearly in Phrygian. That kind of outlines the notes that you're likely to run into, unless it has little key changes and stuff, and didn't have too much in there, at least in the first 5 minutes. Rusty boy, you still here? You asleep? That's a cool technique, taking the little harmonics here at, like, say, the 5th fret and just raking through them. And when you get to the A string, fret it. Do that, like the EQ is so aggressive on this bass. I just took like a tiny turn off the mids, tiny boost on the bass and treble. We just got this like instant, like glassy, like crushed glass slap sound. Go whole hog and scoop the mids all the way. Especially with these stainless steel strings, you get so much finger noise with the treble boosted though. I can't abide. All right, what you guys think? What should we do next? Yeah, I'll check it out. School days. Oh, Lord. Bum, 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 bum. So he was probably playing an alembic. Ba 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 that down. Let's bring that treble down some. That's too much. Right, so we've got an A, ba ba ba, then an F sharp, then down to an E, D, ba ba ba. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. All right, so the two basic kind of outlines are A, F sharp, E, D, E, D, F sharp, E, C, D. Then the second time starts off the same way. Ba, 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 ba. Then G, A. And a little rhythmic variation. The lead is pretty much just the blues scale. Like the guitar lead is just the blues scale. A lot of major blues though. Imagine that, the blues scale. Chromatic scale there. Playing these kind of cascaded chromatic like These kind of little mixolydian sounds coming in. Alright, so now we're getting something a little different. Boom, boom. Alright, so now we're starting to get like an actual slap pattern. But the boom. Turn it up a little bit. Do 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 do. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, so let's move it up to this sort of A sound. A little bit less high end. Alright, using this kind of A mixolydian vibe. So A down to F sharp, up to G. Do da do do da do da do do da da do da do da da do da do da da do da do da. Ba do do that. Bum 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 bum. And back to that. All right, so let's listen to that whole little section again. So that's like E, F sharp, G sharp, D. Sounds like, is it A to G? Bow, 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 Alright, so E, F sharp, G, A, B, A. Then it sounds like we get our A, F sharp, do, do, bop. Okay. Go on, YouTube. Bum, bum. All right, so. Do ba do do ba do ba. So high E octave, F sharp, G, B A F sharp, A F sharp, then low E. Sounds like we're going to drop back into the main riff. Boom, boom. I do not have strings light enough to do that. Man, does he have like a G bender or something? Does he have like an actual mechanical bender? Because that's a heck of a bend. That is a heck of a bend, even with light strings. Hold on a second. Let's see if there's a live version of this. Wow, wow, boom. Do 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 do. No, boom. Ba boom, ba boom. All right, let's see. Yeah, here's an old live recording. Uh-oh, Real's dropping some requests in the Discord. You out there, Real one? So he's playing this. Actually, he's moved it all down to like the open position. So instead of playing it here, playing it up around here. Oh yeah, that's all right. That's right. His alembic is really short scale too, which would make the bending much easier. All right, so let's jump ahead. Let's see if we can find that part, because I want to see if he's just straight up bending that. Oh man, he's doubling the keyboard parts on this version too. All right, almost there. Yeah, dude. Oh gosh, he's just straight up manually bending it. Dude, his G string is a guitar string though. That's crazy. So his alembic bass, I think his alembic is a 30-inch scale. It might be a 32-inch scale. So this is a 34, right? So for one, he's got a substantially shorter neck on it. So the string tension is a lot lower. And then his strings pretty much look like guitar strings. Like his G is super, 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 super thin. It is nuts. But that's how he's managing to get that bend, that big bend. Like this is about as far as I can bend the G on this. About a half step. And he's getting boom. Holy crap. Grabbing that harmonic there. And then bending that up probably behind the nut. So he's sort of shifting here between like a minor sound and then like a major blues sort of sound. So do da 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 do da da do da 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 da. Discord broke your whole computer? Let's see. Real careless whisper arrangement. Oh Lord. By Kent Nishimura. I'll check that out, Real. Do-do-do. Do 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 do. I think that's the only thing that posted. Real one posted a video in the music rec section. Do you have a bass this will work better on? I don't really have anything that'll bend well. I don't have anything with strings that light or that short a scale. I do have the SG bass is that short of a scale, but it's no fun to play. Hot. So one guitar pattern is still just playing this kind of like the other one's playing the little leads on top. You can hear like his action is crazy low too, because you can actually hear the strings kind of crashing off the frets when he digs in. Oingo boingo. The bass lines in Oingo Boingo will surprise you. Is 90s Metallica the meme tonight? Super staccato sound too. Part of that's coming from how low his action is and then how hard he's hitting. Like he's like straight rest stroking that whole mess there, which makes it really splatty and really choppy. Boom. Boom, ba, boom. Dude, working with those behind the nut bends on a friggin' bass. Is he playing with a high C string? That would explain why his high string is so skinny. All you've listened to? You got a 90s Metallica binge? Boom, 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 boom. Because, yeah, it's like he's got a high C string or something. Boom. Or did he just switch to a piccolo bass? Boom, boom, boom. Piccolo, piccolo, piccolo. Let's search. A piccolo bass is a bass where the you tune A to C. Oh, oh. You find anybody talking about it? Because he's definitely bending that string way too much. Now that's just credits. Yeah, it's okay. On the credits, Stanley Clark is playing bass and piccolo bass. Yeah, that's the only way you're getting those bends. The only way you're getting those bends. So that's pretty crazy, though. So basically, he's playing a bass that's tuned A, D, G, C for those lead parts there to get those super high and bends up here. Unfortunately, I don't have anything tuned like that right now. Hey, it's Keep Watch. It's friggin' Keep Watch. What the heck? Who is this person? The name sounds familiar. Almost like he's been here before at some point. Bro, you got a rad chakra, dog. Trash talking him earlier. I'm trash talking him now. Where the heck this scrub been? All right, I'm going to change basses though. I want to see if won't be able to bend on it, but I want to get some of those high notes. So hold on. bow, 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 da, do. Let's get this one over out of the way. Oh, it's right here. It is right here. You missed it being way too loud and me having to turn everything down because it was causing a bunch of clipping. Because it's ludicrously hot. So instead, we're going to play all the strings. Hopefully this guy's setup is going to cooperate, because you never know, it's really unpredictable. I need to raise the strap up. That might be a hair too high, I don't know. We'll find out. All right, let's edit command, bass, esh and ball, vibrato, 7 string. All right, so command updated. Go unmute the amp. Let's turn it back up now. This bass is nowhere near as hot as the last one. Ba-da-boom. Find just the right spot for the strap. Yeah, just running reverb right now. Strings are just a bunch. So, Keep, what's been up with you? Can't just drop in here after like a million years away and not let us know what's going on. Yeah, it's a little too murky. Let's stay on the parallel setting. Man, shouldn't you be about done with school? Damn. I need to turn this up a little bit. This bass is just really quiet. More reverb with this bass too. The heaviest amp is probably the Overbuilt, which can't be played right now because it doesn't have any speakers in it. Because it had this pair of Eminence speakers in it that were super heavy, and I gave one of them away to somebody who you think, might be appreciative enough of that not to treat the person who gave it to them cruelly. The second heaviest amp is probably the Deliverance, but the Deliverance has a bad tube right now, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd be playing it every Metal Monday. Yeah, that speaker is a big upgrade on what was in it. Yeah, you guys don't use your points anywhere near enough. Everybody just wants to drop their 100 points for pick a pedal on Wednesdays or whatever. Change guitar. I will change guitar if you actually pick one. And I usually ask when I'm picking poll options for the change guitar poll which ones to put, and you guys are like, oh, I don't know. The only person who ever suggests anything is Grim, because he always wants to telly. I don't think anybody's ever used changed amp before. But because we're playing bass, we can't change amp anyway. Oh boy. He done summoned an ancient meme. All right, so let's see. How am I going to get it into... So I could probably just use my chart source. I don't need to make a whole new source for it. I would guess. It's just going to be like an image source. All right. All right. Where do I put this in the meantime? All right, we doing it. We doing it. You get over there. You stay over there. Hard drive is back here. I think only 3 USBs on the other side. All right, now I gotta find power supply for it. So give me just a sec. This is it. I don't think anybody would know Saudi Claus, unless Charles is watching the stream. All right. The hard drive is activated. Let's see if it still works. That'll be important. Oh man, listen to that thrashing. All right, let's see. Where is it? It would be in Documents and Settings. Of course, Windows 10 is like, you don't have permission to access this folder on a hard drive from 2004. Click Continue to permanently access this folder. And then you do that, and then you go to the child folder, and then you have to do it again. Thank you, Windows 10. All right. Oh my gosh, this dude. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but this disk drive is having a fit. Why are you being so slow? Yeah, better back up my my HDD on a solid state drive. That will then, you know, decay and lose everything 5 years later. Okay, let's see. Which folder are you in? I think you are in this folder. Oh man. All right, so we're going to go all the way back to, I think, the oldest folder I have. And see what we can find. All right, let's sort by date. Back up everything on tape, bro. Let's see, what's old? Preview. You're not gonna let me preview stuff on here? Man. Can you even open the files on here now? Taking your sweet time. Like Windows Photo Viewer apparently doesn't like these. Rule 36. Oh man, I found one that's really appropriate. Really appropriate, but I don't think I can put it on the stream. Oh man. Man. Yeah, I don't want to get banned. But it would be perfect. Oh, that's a pretty good one. That's an old one. That is an old one. That's an old one. I'm not putting it in the Discord either. Some of these are a little much, as you might imagine. That's a good one. That's a pretty good one. That one's so old that like literally no one will remember it. Oh, that's a pretty good one. Oh, this is so stupid. What's this one? Yeah, that's the trick. What is family friendly? We'll go. Let's go. We'll go with the classic. We'll go with a classic. All right. Let's see. So I guess I can just put it. I can just put it in this. I don't have to make a whole new thing for it. It'll also be really amusing the next time I open a chart. So where is it at? It's in here. In here. In here. I got like go through like 12 folders to get to it. All right, let's go. This is a classic. This is ancient, and it will make me laugh. The next time. Whoops! No, get back here. Get back in place. The next time I open this. No, stop moving that. Move the thing I want you to move. All right. Let's see if I can get it on screen properly. No? You're not gonna let me? Seriously? It's like hidden itself somewhere. Alright, let's just make a new one. New image source. And we'll title it MAME. Alright, hopefully it'll open to the same folder. Bam. There we go. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Does anybody else remember this one? I've got probably at least 50 different versions of this one of different people with fugfuds on it. Oh, it is in fact an older meme. Let's see what year this one's from, or when I at least saved this copy of it. This one was saved in 2006. My favorite one of these is the one with Saddam Hussein doing it, but that might be a little much. I don't know. Should just permanently leave Fugfud's guy back here. Oh, jeez. Yeah, there's older ones on there, that especially like there's some demotivational posters on there that are from, I've got some demotivationals from like 04 and a few others from 04. Like I've got a bunch of variations of "Oh really" from way back then, and a bunch of variations of "Haha, I'm using the internet." Oh man. I was thinking about the biting pair of Salamanca. You know, lol what? But we'll save that one for a later day. put him. You can move him around in silly places. Could make him, hold on. No, come here. Come here. Come here, main man. Oh man, I could get a green screen. I was at a green screen Fugfoods guy behind me at some point. Especially if I could get him like Look at what you've made me do. Look what you've made me waste my time doing. Oh, Lord. Bro, you weren't there. Don't even tell me just because you read on Know Your Meme or something. What I wish I could do is that if I could get the like the donate, like all the little overlays and stuff to be in front of him, if I could hide him behind something, you know, and just have him kind of like protruding out behind something back there. I guess I need green screen to do that, but that'd be ideal. I could just make it. Yeah, Encyclopedia Dramatica, man. That was the joint. Before she sold out. Of course, if I owned an internet meme database, I would probably sell out too. That seems like the advisable thing. Come on, there we go. Just over the painting, and then you put memes into the painting frame. Yeah, it'd be best if you could just, you know, see the finger. I don't think our setup is that technologically advanced yet, though. Where do we want to go? 84 to 87 Strats. That'd be the standard American Stratocaster, I believe. Was the model designation at that time before they changed to American Standard. That's a pretty decent net, or a pretty decent price too. I'm not sure about the originality of that collar though. If you could get that for about $7 or so, it'd be a really good deal. Better hope Ride doesn't poach it. Don't forget Ride's in Georgia too. Do. Well, look at the serial number on it. He doesn't have any close-ups. He's not yet. ST557Fs, that's Japanese. I mean, that's still about what the contemporary style Strats bring. That bridge is worth about $200 by itself. Doo-da-doo. How do you want to finger that? I want to look that up. I want to see if I can find the... What are you doing, volume now? Why are you being noisy? See if I can find the music for that. Una limosna por el amor de Dios. Dude, PB makes great stuff, or made great stuff. Anyways. I've had a few Predators. They're pretty nice guitars. You know, especially if you want to put some work into them, some, you know, polishing the neck and frets and everything like that. $375 is way too much, though. I'd give them like 2 tops. let's see. No, I'm not signing up for your website. Come on, somebody's got to have. Come on, let's go. Let me look at it. All right. Let's get. Can I have full screen? Please? Full screen, please? I mean, I do actually. I still have the pickup for that guitar. Huh. Yeah, the electronics. Sounds like the preamp has a little ground issue. The bridge, I would say, you know, get yourself a Floyd and tweak it for a Floyd, because the stock bridge on that was a thing from ESP called the Flicker, which, you know, they bring like $200 by themselves, and they really don't do anywhere near as much as a Floyd does. I don't know why that bridge was on that budget guitar, but a lot of people will buy them up when they find them like that and just take the bridge off and put them on some of the higher end models that came with it. All right, let's see. All right, okay, cool. I got a PDF pulled up of it here so I can actually read it. All right, so we're going to come up to this high E here. Boom. Down to G, A, do, do, da, da. A, C, E, C, C, A, C, E. So our high note's changing. Then they're down to an F sharp. Yeah, I mean, that's really all you got to do is mod it for a Floyd, which shouldn't take much. You know, especially if you don't want a recessed Floyd, if you want just dive only, which is the way most of the old ones are anyway. Shouldn't take a whole lot, and it'll probably be as good as, or maybe even slightly better quality than the reissues, because the Musicchio reissues are kind of janky. So let's see, A, C, E, E, C, C, C. Then what we've got an open E, and we've got an F sharp, do, do, do. So in this case, this piece that I'm playing is called Una limosna por el amor de Dios by Agustin Barrios Mangore, who is a classical guitar composer and player in the early to mid, really early 20th century mostly. And this is a piece that uses a technique called tremolo, where we use these three fingers to set up this kind of continuous sound. Essentially the finger style equivalent of tremolo picking here, and it keeps these kind of moving while the bass moves underneath. intended to sound, in this case, this piece was intended to sound like the sound of a beggar woman knocking on his door begging for alms. It was a very kind of somber sounding piece. D's a little flat though. It'll be easiest to keep it as dive only as well. You won't have to change the neck angle too much. So here. So let's see, then we're going to go, what's our high note going to be? So we got a low B, D sharp, no, the last one changes, so our high note changes to an F sharp in the last one. So B, B, C sharp, do, do da do da do da. No, the dive only just has to do with the route underneath. That's all. You just use a standard Floyd for it. Pretty much any standard Floyd. Some of the later models, like the Edge and stuff, like the Ibanez Edge, have a little bit deeper bodies. So instead of having just like a flat plate with the saddles on it, they have, you know, kind of fancy frames around them and stuff. And those are intended more for routed out for both directions, for recessed Floyds. But as long as it's a fairly traditional style, like OFR style, where it's just flat plate pretty much, then they're just fine. Alright, so let's see. B. So our treble note is D sharp, B, B, C. Then that way. Then what do we have? That's right, we get that little diminished chord sound. Do, da, 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 da. I believe we flip over to an E minor chord sound. All right, so do. Is it E, E, G, B, B, G, G? Yeah, I'm playing. Let's say transcribing una limosna por el amor de Dios to 7-string bass. Right, update the title, just do it that way. I always forget to update the title. I'm working from a transcription. I can post the link to the sheet music in Discord, and then everybody will go, sheet music, no. Anything but that. Let me get tamer low end a little bit. It's essentially moving through these little chord shapes. So we have like this E minor chord. Then we have a G6 chord, which you could look at as just like a first inversion essentially of an E minor chord. Then like an A minor 7, A minor 6, this D7 in the second inversion, or D9 really in the second inversion. No, third inversion. Then a B, B9, baby in the first inversion, F sharp diminished, E minor. And it's just moving through all these, but breaking the pattern up with this E minor bulb. Then we have a B flat. Oh, that's awkward as all get out on here. So B flat, where's that? B flat G, E flat G, C, C, da da do da 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 do da 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 da. That's probably easier to play somewhere else. Let's see, do do da do da 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 da. Yeah, play that there. Oh God, that's much easier, especially on this thing. Do da 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 da. Then so B flat down to A. Then A, F natural, and a high C. I'm going to finger that in this case now. F, C, F, C, G, G, F, C, A, F, C, C, F, F, A, F, C, C, F, F. Yeah, there we go. So do, do, da, 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 do, do, da, 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 do, da, 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 do, 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 da, 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 do. So from here, E, F, C, C, F, F, E, G, B, B, G, G, E, G, C, 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 A, da, 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 da. So we're going to go a little bit higher there. So we're coming out of Do. We go into a high C. Where are we going? Let's see. So E, then we're high C, G, C. So we're going to finger that way. We're going to drop down a minor third. Then to the B flat. B flat. So the high note staying the same. So high note staying G. Then to a totally different fingering for the F, for the A minor. It's really actually more like an inversion of like a D minor 11 sound. God, that's a rough transition on this thing. Then A, let's see, A, F natural. A, F, C, C, F, F. Do, do, da, da, do, do. And we come down to an E. Do. So let's see. So over that A, we're getting this kind of progression. Ba, 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 ba. Boom, boom, ba, ba, ba. Ba, ba, ba. F sharp. What do we have? B, B, F sharp, B. almost certainly going to go down to a D sharp. B, F sharp. Oh, we get the little walk down over the D sharp. That's right. Alright, so we're coming out of this little A, B flat to A sequence. So we're gonna get up to that high one really quickly. That's where we're going to shift. That's a tough. How do we want to finger that though? Do da da da. Do da 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 da. Nah, getting close. Getting close. That's tough though. That is tough. Make for something really, really pretty though when worked out fully. So the second time through, it starts over the same way. Do da da do da do. Do da 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 do. F sharp, then C, C. Yeah, that's right. Start going really high. So what do we have? We have a high F natural with a B. That's interesting. So E, B, then a G sharp. E, B, G sharp, G sharp, da 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 da, do da 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 da. How do you want to finger that though? That's rough. I guess just bar it. Jeez, that's crazy. Get that very flamenco sort of sound here. E, I can't see what note that is. That's D. So it's going from this ba sound, this flat 9 sound, into this 7 sound, which almost certainly means an A minor of some kind is coming after. Yep. So then high E, C, then what's that? Is that a high C? It's like it's kind of an A9 sort of sound, A minor 9. Yeah, that's a gorgeous chord change. Good Lord. Especially after like this really tense kind of. I thought all the people in Salem were dead. man, that's pretty. Not understanding the tension. All right, let's see. So we had A, C. Then we have a C sharp. Where do we want to play that? What have we got? So we've got C sharp. Then we've got the octave of C sharp. C sharp, A sharp, and E. So let's see if we play C sharp here, play A sharp here, play E here with a high G. C sharp, A sharp, E, G. Ooh, that's a tangy chord. Especially coming out of boom. Right. A C sharp. We play it in the third position though, maybe. Play it down here. Do do do. So if we come out of yeah, that makes a little more sense playing it down there. Big jump, but drop down to an A major. So do. Oh man, that's gorgeous. There's a tiny little grace note there. It is too small. I can't see what it is. Playing that B natural over D. Do, D, G, D, G, D. Oh man, that's pretty. So D, D, G, D, G, D, B. And then we're going to go up to, what do we have? We have an E and a high C. Oh man, it's super pretty. This whole little bit is like super pretty. Ah, come on. sharp. Yeah, I'm going to wrap up here in just a minute. I'm starting to get worn out. We've been going for almost 5 hours. So D, F sharp. So let's see, we have a high B with our fourth finger, so that's going to wind up being here. D, E, D, E, E. Now, is that the fingering it actually wants you to use for that? That's ridiculous. All right, Keith, we'll catch you next time. Hopefully. D, 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 E, D, F sharp. With a high, what's that, a high C on top? No, high D on top. D, F sharp, B, B. Where do we want to play that at? So we're going. Then G, G, D. How do we want to finger this though? G, D. Oh Lord, that's brutal. Yeah, have fun with that on here. I need like a 32-inch scale 7-string to do this stuff, man. This is a 35-inch scale, and this is rough. Oh, man. And there's still... Well, there are 2.5 pages to go. All right. We've been going for 4 hours and 45 minutes. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Rip Fugs Fuds. Rip Fugs Fuds, man. Yeah, definitely need that. Well, so when I had the Hannawinkle 7-string was a 34-inch scale, and it was a little more manageable for doing stuff like this. But ideally, like a 33 or 32-inch scale, I mean, we're basically pulling this in a whole fret, practically. You know, nearly an entire fret. But that would make it a lot easier to deal with. Went wild, went buck wild. No, we had fun. We did cool stuff. Hopefully, we helped Bunny out with his beginning bass endeavors. I've got some good stuff to make clips from too, probably. Rusty Boy showed back up. That's a big deal. Rusty's not dead. Rusty Shackelford lives. Hopefully he'll get started streaming again. Get back in chat regularly. Keep Watch showed back up after a month of being dead or wherever he was, whatever he was doing. So, man, thanks everybody. It's almost 2 a.m. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Hope you had fun. Check out the socials down there. Yeah, Rusty and Alex Hot Mom, Bunny's Hot Mom segment coming next week. If you're not in the Discord, get in the Discord. If you haven't click follow. That would help me out a lot. Check out some of the VODs and the clips. There's all kinds of fun stuff in there. I'll be back Monday at 9ish Eastern for Metal Monday. So if you want metal requests, get them in the Discord. That's the best place to do it.